I'm here breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Figured I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 5th edition of AIESEC's annual Youth Speak Forum. My name is Tane, and I work in the headquarters of AIESEC in the Netherlands, and I'll be hosting this event for you today. During the next 15 minutes, I'll tell you a little bit more about what AIESEC is, why we organize Youth Speak Forum, and what we'll be doing for the rest of today. But first of all, who am I? I'm a 23-year-old living in Amsterdam, super passionate about the inclusiveness of our society and about the environment. I have a master's degree in sustainable development from the UN-mandated University for Peace, one of our partners today. And you can imagine how important the SDGs are studying at a UN university. We even got cake to celebrate the SDG birthday in September. Studying there has made me even more passionate about sustainability than before. But I must say that my passion for sustainability was already there before I started this master. This was when I joined AIESEC back in 2018. For the ones who are not familiar with what AIESEC does, I'll give you a brief introduction. AIESEC was founded shortly after the Second World War, when a group of young people determined that cross-cultural understanding was essential to prevent similar conflicts. Hence, achieving peace became a cornerstone of the organization. In today's context, peace doesn't just mean avoiding war, but it can symbolize a world where conflict doesn't arise from cultural, religious, or other aspects of differences in humanity. Peace can also symbolize harmony with yourself and a world where everyone can work towards their own understanding of peace by respecting each other's views. And to strive to become the best version of themselves. Hence, AIESEC strives for peace and fulfillment of humankind's potential. We place our confidence in youth as the key to unlock a better future, because they have the passion and the entrepreneurial spirit needed to shape the world. They have the responsibility to improve tomorrow by shaping today. And we believe that leadership is the fundamental solution, and it can be developed in anyone, including you. AIESEC is a platform for young people to explore and develop their leadership potential. AIESEC's leadership development model seeks to prepare you to take a stance for what you care about, while making a difference through everyday actions. And in AIESEC, we take a stand for what we care about too. And that's why the SDGs became an important cornerstone of our organization in 2015. And before we dive a little deeper into that, let's take a look at the SDGs with this video.
We can be.
We must be the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done.
The global goals.
A 15-year plan
For everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world
where nobody
anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
Where no one
wakes in the morning
asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die of
diseases we know how to cure.
and where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world
where everyone
Goes to school.
and education gives us the knowledge
And skills
for a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
to thrive
And be powerful.
and safe.
we cannot succeed if half the world is held back.
we will live in a world
where all people can get clean water
And proper toilets at home,
at school
and at work.
We will live in a world where there's
sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light,
And power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We'll live in a world where economies prosper. A new wealth
Leads to decent jobs.
for everyone.
And we will live in a world
Where our industry
Our infrastructure and our
Best innovations.
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
inside our countries.
And between different countries.
Where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume.
Planet where we put back
What we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of
climate change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas. We'll restore
and protect
Life on land.
The forests.
animals,
the earth itself.
With peace between and inside countries.
where all governments are open.
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
where all countries and we their people
Work together.
in partnerships of all kinds
To make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
And looking at the SDGs, this brings us to why, as AIESEC, we organize Youth Speak Forum. As I said before, we ask youth to take a stance for what they care about and to make a difference. And that's why in December 2015, all the national presidents of AIESEC worldwide came together at the United Nations headquarters to promote and drive youth participation in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. That's where we set up the Youth for Global Goals initiative, through which we aim to mobilize youth towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our initiative claims to educate youth about the SDGs, as well as providing practical opportunities for youth to contribute to the SDGs. With AIESEC, for example, you can go on voluntary projects abroad that are all linked to one specific SDG on which you will be working. And I'm actually curious to hear what you think when you think about the SDGs. So we're going to take a look with the following Mentimeter. What comes to mind for you when you hear SDG?
Yes.
Achieving peace, sustainability, green living, climate, inclusion, a better world, the future, the next generation. Wow, this is really beautiful. The United Nations, yes, indeed. Global goals. A lot of sustainability, obviously. Equality, very important. A lot of people are writing a better world in the future. Yes, wow. All right, thank you everyone so much for filling that out. I think it's really cool to see that indeed we're going to work together to achieve a more sustainable future, and that you guys all feel the same about that. And exactly that's what we're going to be working on today as well. Then there's a next question on the Mentimeter, and that's what SDG do you stand for? So of course we just saw in the video that there's 17 different SDGs. I think a lot of you already also knew that before today. So I'm curious, what your favorite SDG is, or which SDG you really stand for as an individual. I see quality education standing out. Climate action for sure. Nice. Reduce inequality is also important. Cool to see almost all SDGs get at least a couple of votes. Very nice. I think personally, my favorite SDGs would be 5 and 12, which are gender equality and responsible consumption and production. I think that as a vegan feminist activist, those are the ones that I also spend most time on in my private life. And I have good news for the ones that chose SDG 12 and 13, since we will be talking about those today. And as some of you might recognize, it's very common for us as Dutch people to think that the SDG targets do not really apply to us, that there are problems happening far away in developing countries. But for many SDGs, and for sure including SDG 12 and 13, we are very far away from achieving them as a country. And that's, for me, what makes a day such as today super important. And I think that sustainability, or the lack of it, involves different sectors. It involves the government, the private sector, the public sector, and all individuals. We're all part of the problem. And that means that we should all be part of the solution too. And today at Youth Speak Forum, all sectors come together to talk about SDG 12 and 13. We're going to enable conversations between different parties with different views, and young people finally get the opportunity to be part of the discussion. And I think today it's all about meaningful collaborations between different sectors, because we really believe that working together is the key. And I think we also all recognize that it's very easy to point out at different sectors and say what they do wrong or how they might contribute to the problem. And our goal for today is to create more understanding of the struggle that the different sectors face when combating climate change and find solutions for it together. And as an example, I think the private sector receives quite some criticism when it comes to sustainability. But the reality just is that we need them to achieve the SDGs. In most countries, they represent 60% of the economy, 80% of the job creation, and 90% of the financial flow. That is huge. And therefore, I think we should also look at ways to engage and work with them. I would therefore also like to invite you to see what you can learn from the different speakers and organizations present today, and how you as a young person can support them in their fight for a better future. So then, what will today look like? Right after this opening, we will start with 4 keynotes by some very inspirational people, and these will be 15 minutes each and just for you to listen to, kind of like a TED Talk. After that, we'll move into a discussion panel where you're also invited to ask your questions to the different panelists to make the discussion interactive for you as well. Then after our lunch break, you will all split into different workshops. Also make sure to join from your own device here. So I know that some of you might be sitting together watching the live stream now, but for the workshops, it's really important that you sit on your own device. So the workshops, of course, will be in smaller groups, very interactive spaces. In some you will learn a new skill, and others you will work on a case to provide your inputs on sustainability directly to the organization, which I think is a super cool opportunity to let your voice be heard. And we'll close the day off with an information market where you will pass by different organizations to commit to a specific sustainable action step right away. And as you can see, we've put many breaks between the different parts of the agenda. So hopefully it will be a nice experience despite the event happening virtual. And some of you might have already been wondering how we're doing the technology of the event so well today, which is why I would quickly like to introduce you to our partners from Showcaser Media, who are broadcasting the event live from their studio in Mexico. Guys, say hello to the camera. Thank you so much for being with us today, Omar and Jorge. And as a final message, I would like to remind you of the power that you have as a young person to make a difference. Because today we're living in a unique context. There's over 1.8 billion young people, and half of the world population is currently under 30. This is the largest youth population that the world has ever seen. 3.1 million of those young people are currently living in the Netherlands. And that means that now is the time for our generation to speak up. And today, you can voice your opinion. I already see a lot of positive change happening around me. Young people are being more critical and more critical towards companies and their own behaviors, and the values they follow, and also the values they want to see in companies and organizations. And many young people are purpose-driven and they're taking action. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more of that from you today. If you want to share something on your social media accounts today while you're watching the event, please tag us at YSF Netherlands and yeah, enjoy today. All right, everyone, we're ready for our first keynote speaker, who's actually an old AIESEC president herself. Please welcome to the stage Jorien van Duin, who's currently working on the energy transition programs for Shell. Welcome to Youth Speak Forum, Jorien.
Yes, hi, Tane. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. So yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm just going to share my screen to kick us off there as well. Like this. Yeah, so wow, I'm really excited to be here and connect with all of you in your living rooms. Maybe you're in your bedroom, kitchen table, anywhere where you're connecting to us here in this conference. And I've actually heard that some of you are dialing in from very, very far away, different time zones. So extended extra welcome to all of you there as well. Now, before I want to dive in with you on the topic of sustainability, my personal journey and Shell's journey with sustainability, I wanted to take you through a little bit of goal setting and intention setting, also because of all the virtual connections that we have, to connect a little bit more of our energy and intention to the theme of sustainable living. So I'm going to do that by asking you a few questions, and I'm going to ask you to as well write it down for yourself on a piece of paper if you have one nearby. And if you want, it would be really cool if you can again type in your answers to the questions I'm going to ask you in the chat box, so that we all can kind of build up our intention together and connect to the theme. So I'm going to do this relatively quickly. So don't put all sentences in, just a few keywords to get your thoughts going, and so that we can do this together. Great. So the first question I have for you is, what do you love? What are you passionate about? Just a few words. Write it down. Type it in if you want. What do you love? What are you passionate about? So the second question, like I said, we're going to do this quickly, is what do you do? What is your talent? What are you good at? What do you do? Great. The third question I have for you is, what does the world need? Or what do you want to contribute to? What do you believe is needed in the world today? And then finally, just a very easy, lighthearted question. Why are you here? Why are you here today at Youth Speak Forum? And what is then your intention for today? Given what you've just written down and shared with us in the chat, what is it that you want to get out of today? Why did you choose to be here wherever you are, and all the other places that you could be? Why are you here? Great. So thanks a lot for sharing that with each other. I'm sure virtually we've now built a bit of a common theme and a common intention. And actually, intention setting is one of the key success factors for good performance, but also for success in life, and to really getting focus on what it is you want to get out of something. So now that we've done that, we've just set ourselves up for success even more in this conference. Let me share you a little bit more about me. And then why I am here and what is my intention for today. So what I love is nature. I love leadership. I love taking care of the planet. I love my family. I love my kids. I have two, a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. And I also love working with people around the themes of transformation, change, growth, and impact. I love going to the beach. I love running in the forest. I love cooking, horseback riding, a lot of that stuff. So that's what I'm passionate about. My talent, what I do, I actually do a lot of things. So Tani already mentioned, I work for Shell in a sustainability and energy transition program. I also do coaching, transition, transformation consultancy. I am here actually currently in an institute where I learn to be an even better trainer. And so I support people in their personal growth and in their impact. I do that for organizations, for teams, and for businesses, both in a Shell setting as well as in my personal freelance way of working. Because what I believe the world needs is people that step into their purpose, that step into their power, and that make this world a better place together in connection. And that is also why I'm here and why I'm passionate to be speaking here with you about this theme today. That is my intention for today, is to share my views with you, share a little bit with you around what I do for Shell and what Shell's journey's been with sustainability, and set you up for a really good next rest of the day with some keynote speakers that are coming after me, and the workshops and the presentations that are going to follow. So, in a nutshell, that's what I'm here about today. Now, probably what you're interested in, I can imagine, is how me with my passions as an old AIESEC president, how I ended up with Shell and working for the sustainability program. So actually my journey with Shell started 11 years ago, but before that, I studied psychology in Groningen, which is a city in the north of the Netherlands, for those of you who are not familiar. And after that, I was president of AIESEC for a year. And then I moved to Bahrain in the Middle East to set up AIESEC there. So I founded AIESEC there. I afterwards spent another 2 years in Bahrain working for Manpower and setting actually up the Manpower office, which is a recruitment company in the Middle East. So I had a lot of founding and kind of business founding startup experience. Then I came back to the Netherlands and I was in a T intersection. So one part of me really wanted to do more with sustainability and youth leadership, but the other part of me needed a little bit more stability and was also really curious to understand how I would work in a big organization, understand more about the energy sector I became really interested in, and to kind of test myself in a more commercial environment. So I ended up joining Shell, and then for a few years, I really went into commercial roles. Flew around the world, did a lot of really cool commercial transformation projects, and actually found out that I was quite good in the whole commercial business piece. But then around 2013, 2014, it started to itch a little bit. So I felt like I was a bit far away again from my purpose and maybe too swallowed up in a lot of the commercial parts that I was doing. So I went to a coach who was also an old AIESEC president 9 years before me, so I think around 15 years ago, and she helped me kind of reconnect to my purpose and to what I would really want to do. So actually then I thought I had to leave Shell in order for me to get that. And while I started to talk about my passion and about my purpose, I found out that a lot of people in Shell, as well as our partners, actually were in the same boat. So there was more than I thought passionate people about the topic, working on the topic already of sustainability and energy transition. So this was in the same time where the world was preparing for the Paris Agreement, where the European Union came with different milestones around, for example, cleaner fuels directives. And so we started bringing the outside into Shell and really worked with, okay, so how do we build a strategy for the Shell businesses that is not just kind of 2040, 2050 scenarios, but really bring it down back into the business plan. What is the strategy for every single business and organization in Shell when we take into account the milestones of the sustainability plans in the Paris Agreement? So that was the part where we were bringing the outside in. So first, that's what I did. So really transforming the business strategies and helping businesses like, for example, what we call retail, so gas stations, transforming them into electric vehicle charging hubs and expanding that network over Europe and then over the world. So we really built it from the first EV charging point on a retail site, which then we still called a gas station, to then transforming it into calling it a service station, where the aim was to really build out the services for electric vehicle drivers. So that transformation is what I was leading in Shell, together with a lot of other passionate people. And the other thing I think we did, which is what I'm doing currently, is around organization development. So now that we have the strategies, how do we bring in, how do we get out the right people, the right programs, and how do we really kind of build that organization that is able to deliver and to cooperate with different partners around these themes and milestones? So what I did for you is I made a screenshot of what is the current sustainability strategy of Shell on the website. And I put next to that just a few phrases of the daily themes that I'm working with currently. So there is a big overarching goal saying we want to be net zero, so net zero emissions in 2050. I'm working currently with the chemicals organization and the refineries around circular plastic. So how do we do plastic to chemicals as opposed to bringing in new hydrocarbons? How do we really create a circular industry there? I already talked to you about the transformation from gas station to service station, where we also look at 100%, currently have 100% green Dutch wind electricity energy on all the sites, also for the electric vehicle charging. There is a huge sector decarbonization business, a new energies business, a nature-based solution business where we invest in new trees and forests growing into the world. And then a few other really, I think, milestones that we're excited about is that the CO2 targets, so the emission lowering, is linked to performance for everyone. That also means that there's no more such thing as a sustainability department or a sustainability manager, but actually everyone has that currently in their job descriptions. And then one of the other major milestones I think that Shell is doing currently and that society is going through is that of transparency. So everything currently with regards to the Shell plans, the investments, and I think that's what's coming back, for example, in Dutch government governments at the moment, is the need for transparency. So everything is out in the open and people can have an opinion and can influence a lot of what is going on inside corporates. And if you're really passionate about this, I would actually like to invite you to join an organization called Follow This, who is joining people up as shareholders of big corporates like Shell and see how we can influence shareholder meetings and decision making that happens there. So for example, on 18th of May, the shareholders of Shell are voting on the strategy. So the last thing I wanted to say to you, which is a bit of a more personal plea as well, is that I think Shell is a really good example of a system that is in transformation. And where when we talk about climate change and sustainability, we don't just have to change the climate. We have to change the entire system that has brought us to where we are currently. And that makes governments part of it, it makes organizations part of it, and it also makes you personally and me personally part of it. So what are the choices you make on a daily basis? And how do you bring your talent, your passion, and what you believe that the world needs in one big compass for yourself, link it to what does sustainability mean for you, and then how do you bring that into today's conference and today's agenda and have a taste of the different ways that people are supporting, supporting and giving you opportunities to be more connected with the theme of sustainability, linked into what you're personally passionate about and what your mission is. So I wish you a really amazing day today. I'm sure that's going to work with all the great speakers and topics and companies and organizations joining you here today. And well, I hope to see you back in some way or form in your own startup, in an organization that will need your youth activism and leadership. And well, thanks a lot for having me here today.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Jorien, for joining us today. In a few seconds, we'll go on to our second speaker of today, who is Daan Welling. He joins us from the Jonge Klimaatbeweging, translated as the Youth Climate Movement. So stay tuned to hear from Daan. Welcome back, everyone. And time to give it up to our second speaker. I've just introduced him already. His name is Daan Welling from the Jonge Klimaatbeweging. Welcome to Youth Speak Forum, Daan.
Thank you very much, Fanny. Welcome, everyone. When preparing for today's talk, I had to think about all of the CO2 we weren't emitting today. Not admitted because none of us took cars or flew planes to be here. Not admitted because we didn't have to eat extra sandwiches to fuel the cycle rides to a university building today. But I also had to think of all the opportunities that we unfortunately had to slip by. The connections we could have made, the new ideas for strong climate actions that could have emerged from casual conversation. And it made me realize that there is an opportunity cost to everything that we do. And that seems to be a central takeaway from the climate story we are telling ourselves these days. That we have to choose between windmills or nature, a well-paying job or a green one, a holiday to Gran Canaria or a livable future. But I'm here to tell you today that I think that is a false story. Climate action does not involve trade-offs between scarce options, but it's about choosing for a new, enriching future. What I want to tell you today is the story of climate action that I've come to learn in the past year working with the Young Climate Movement. My father-in-law grew up in the fading years of communist Yugoslavia. And Yugoslavia, this was a country where there were serious costs to fight for a better future. If you supported political liberty, you could be denied your freedom. Yet, in a country divided by religion, ideology, and ethnicity, people from all walks of life banded together to oppose and topple the regime of Slobodan Milosevic. Now, 30 years later, he continuously sees new causes worth fighting for appear on the news. Forest fires in Australia, floods in Bangladesh, catastrophic tropical storms in the Caribbean. And he was bewildered. He asked me last year, why are there not as many people on the streets now as there were 30 years ago for something that sounds much bigger in scope? And in response, I asked around my circle of friends and acquaintances, and I noticed there was a gap appearing. There were plenty of vegetarians, everyone dutifully recycled, but only a few ever made it to a climate protest. So I personally felt dissatisfied that I could not answer my father-in-law's questions, which is why I chose to join the Young Climate Movement. And I've learned there 5 key lessons about climate activism that I want all of you to take away today. So the first time that I met physically with the rest of our board, which was on the top floor of a gym somewhere in the industrial terrain, because that was the only place we could meet safely during the midst of the second wave of the pandemic, I was prepared to discuss and learn about solutions to tackle the climate crisis. I was ready to chat about emissions tax schemes, new approaches to tackle the monoxide crisis that is killing biodiversity, or how we can jumpstart the green energy revolution. Instead, we spent a good half hour stressing the importance of inclusive language, and we jokingly chastised the president for his lack of so-called B1 Dutch. That was not a mistake on our part. For any movement to be successful, it needs to be inclusive and think carefully about its language. So I invite all of you to think about the associations you have with SG13, take urgent action to combat climate change. Do you then immediately think about those forest fires and floods I mentioned before? Do you think about wind farms and solar panels? Think again. Climate change is about Ella Adu Kisiabra, 9 years old, who died thanks to air pollution around her housing project in London. Climate change is about Brenda White-Bull, who led thousands of activists against constructing the Keystone Pipeline on her ancestral lands near Standing Rock. But it's also about Cecile Roberts, leader of the United Mine Workers of America, who recently endorsed Joe Biden's green energy plans because he recognized there was finally a plan that gave workers in fossil industry the chance to escape towards a just green transition. The first lesson: the story we tell is not one of energy transition, but about improving people's health, about fighting poverty, about restoring ancestral lands. Because climate change is a fight where we're all in, so our movement must be open to all. So we need to start underscoring what environment means. When you use that word, you may think of forests and seas, but our local environment also concerns the concrete housing blocks that bake their inhabitants in the summer, the inner city highways that clog up our lungs, and the junk meat that is advertised from billboards to supermarket aisle. The part we play in the Young Climate movement on this concerns our Young Climate agenda. What we talk about with policy leaders is not just about where to place windmills or how to subsidize electric cars. We do that too, but it's also about how we want to work, travel, learn, eat, and live in 2050, a world in which we live in a circular and clean environment. The second lesson I took back from that first meeting in the gym is that the way in which we tell these stories matters. For a start, think about the concept of climate change. The Republican strategist Frank Luntz encouraged the George W. Bush administration to use those words instead of global warming because it suggested, and I quote, a more controllable and less emotional challenge. In other words, they wanted us to be less concerned and less willing to go on the streets. But climate change has now morphed into climate crisis. We are now discussing an official UN-sanctioned goal to take climate action. We've taken that frame of climate and we've run with it, and we're now conveying urgency in action. So what do we do with this at the Young Climate movement? Well, it may seem a bit mundane, but we spent hours going over our words and looking carefully at our communication, because words, those are the most important weapons we have. So we say that climate action should be inclusive because everyone should be able to understand our message and use our words for themselves. We say that climate action should be urgent because we are part of the first generation to fully feel the effects of global warming and the last generation empowered to prevent this climate wildfire from spreading even further. And we say that we should be critical but constructive because we think doom cults, they've rarely changed the world. So after that meeting, we were excited to meet our volunteers and get to work. And before I joined the Young Climate movement, I thought this work would be doing what my father-in-law did. Get people onto the streets. I was eager to tell him we could bring back his heyday of mass organizing in Ljubljana. But that's not what we do. And not just because the pandemic means we have to stay at home. The demonstration grounds of the Young Climate movement are in the boardrooms and hallways of Parliament and corporate HQs. The third lesson I learned: green voices need to be heard everywhere. Now, that might sound redundant to some of you. You may be overwhelmed by green initiatives, actions you can take, petitions you have to sign, lifestyle choices you may need to alter. But report after report tells us climate is a concern to most, but the majority of people haven't yet heard or memorized what they can do to stop global warming. And where some of us may consider it priority number one, politicians who open their newspapers in the morning, they see the climate action fights for attention between child benefit scandals, housing crises, or the scandal of the day amongst their colleagues. But you know for who else climate action is a top one priority? Well, that's the shareholders of companies like Unilever and Shell. And not always for the most glowering of reasons. For them, climate action means that they can't capitalize on their current investments. They've sunk their costs into the fossil industry and they don't want their dividends taken away from them. So they direct their communication experts to fight the climate fight for them. They let you know that they're doing just enough, that they also believe in a green future, whilst at the same time they echo conventional economic logic to suggest that actually meeting climate targets is going to be catastrophic. They tell us it is our fossil lifestyles that heat up the planet, and they're just the messenger. Now let me be clear. This is not because the people who work there form some form of malicious greed. It is an understandable interest. Their shareholder, for instance, are often the pension funds who make sure our parents and grandparents can pay their bills after 40 years of hard work. There are huge short-term costs that are going to be difficult for any one set of shoulders to burden. But expressing these worries is not going to make the heavy lifting look any more attractive. So we apply that insight to our third lesson. The green voice should not just be heard everywhere, it also has to be constructive. That constructive green vision is heard when my former debate opponent, Michel Scholte, leads his True Price initiative to encourage businesses to internalize the cost of climate catastrophe. That green vision is heard when my former high school classmate, Kiana de Kleine, researches effective carbon capture storage solutions for the steel industry. Or when my other classmate, Tom Wetzer, researches how to best financialize climate risk and steers himself into a green future. And that green voice is also heard when our chair, Werner Schouten, breaks through the noise on the nuclear debate and announces in Parliament that it is time to end the decades of bickering around the subject and finally start making decisive choices for more green energy. But isn't there some truth in the idea that we are personally responsible? Well, I think it leads to a dead end. The fourth lesson has to be that we're all in this together. A dichotomy is currently suggested between collective and individual action. So our government tells us everyone can do something. Iedereen doet wat. Citizens say time after time, however, they're waiting on decisive state action. Climate action can feel a little bit like the finger wagging to the tail. But that division is false. Collective choices feed individual action. If an electric car becomes affordable, I'll trade it in happily for my gas guzzler. Individual choices make collective action possible. Our votes led to green politicians being voted in for nearly every party in Dutch parliament. So when we think about our individual choice, we should not just think linearly about our individual impact. Rather, ask ourselves, what piece of the puzzle do I help solve? That's also the message industry and government needs to keep in mind. It's not about holding back climate policy, but advocating for urgent collective solution. Unilever should be willing to advocate for a European meat tax that also affects all their rival competitors, and this time actually be first in line to pay the tax man. Shell should be pleading to finally stop receiving all those subsidies on their outdated fossil interests and beg for it to be diverted to their green division to help them make the climate transition. Individually, we can recognize that this means we can support green choices every day. Whether you will end up working in the green office or just another department of your university, you can push for green change. When you consume, when you vote, when you travel, you make a clean future possible. Most importantly, when you talk about your green choices, you're contributing to making green choices easier. When you're talking about your friends about going vegan, you're contributing to someone else being willing to break their climate inertia. Now, most people don't do this. We're worried that someone might tell us off. The truth of the matter is, you can try it out, most people are happy to listen. And these are conversations that need to be had. The most effective campaign in favor of gay marriage in California consisted of LGBT individuals telling their personal stories to strangers, knocking door to door. And the most effective thing you can do to make the world go green is finding your own climate story. Now, as the oldest guy in the organization at the ripe old age of 29, I sometimes get jokingly asked why I joined the young climate movement, why this millennial associates himself with Generation Z. And the reason why is simple. We have the best chance of pushing true green change. Not just because politicians want to be associated with youthfulness and like a photo op with us. I think that idea must have left their head when they realized that it means they're standing next to the scowling face and rightfully damning words of one Greta Thunberg. That doesn't give them a whole lot of good publicity. It's because we can define a new normal towards politicians, on the work floor, and where we ever set our marks. Because we're not yet bound by fossil interests. We don't yet have mortgages to pay off on houses that exhume too much energy. No careers we're baked into. And generation after generation, we've become more open, more diverse, and more progressive. When headlines complain that millennials are killing a fossil industry, that means we've chosen for a more future-proof form for consumption. I celebrate those headlines. So what you can do is being green in all parts of your life. What we believe at the Young Climate Movement is that young and climate aren't words that were coincidentally plastered together. It is the nature of our start of career, future ahead of us outlook, that we have climate solutions we need. So where do you start? Because we're going to need all facets of life to change, to improve. You can start with what you're good at, what you want to do. So what I do is I'm a good debater. I'm a manager. So I join a grassroots organization. I think about communication, but I also am a treasurer and look at how our organization works. If you want to know where you stand yourself, do a simple exercise. Think about what you can do well, what you want to do, and based on that, what you think the climate movement needs. If that is setting up a completely new NGO, great. If that is pushing your university canteen to offer more sustainable options, better. If that is admitting you accidentally bought a meat rather than a cheese pizza yesterday, but you want to make a change tomorrow, fantastic. And if you want to point out that you're feeling guilty about that meat pizza, is also the result of an internalized cult of individualism, marketed to you by cynical marketeers more interested in making short-term profits than securing the long-term future of a planet, and you say fuck you to that guilt? Perfect. What in the end was the answer I can now give my father-in-law? That we don't see people marching on the streets in the same volumes years ago, that's true. But that he should look beyond old forms of protest, that every vegetarian he knows should be considered a climate activist, that the new generation of protesters occupy boardrooms as well as public squares. And this is not a fight of us versus them as it was in Yugoslavia, but of all in it together. So today, you're in your own student dorm or bedroom or office space, but you're also participating in a shared activity at the same time. So you can make your green choices today and communicate them loud and proud. Join our movement or that of others if those activities fit you better. Step away from the screen if you're being greenwashed to today, or amplify the voice of someone who says something genuinely inspiring, because we are all in this together. And I am 100% confident that can I place my trust in all of you and our generation. Thank you.
No? All right. Thank you so much, Dan, for your inspirational words. Really cool what you just shared with us. Right now, we're going to go into a short break of about 20 minutes before we have our next keynote speaker joining us. And it's going to be a very special one. So please stay tuned.
Exactly where I want. Said I probably lost my mind. Will you welcome and try and find? But dear, don't you be surprised if I'm not here when you look behind. Guess I have my own destination, and you're staring at the wrong direction. I'm not looking for your confirmation, 'cause you're chasing a hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Yourself into this. It says enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list, and you say you're not gonna take part in this mind play. Well, that's just the kind of price that you gotta pay. Said you have to go, but now you kinda wanna stay. Kinda wanna stay. You're chasing the hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. It's such a shame. 'Cause you got yourself into this. It says enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list.
Didn't know what to say, I was taking the drink one break. Never thought I'd see you again. Never thought I'd see you again. Coming up short, I didn't have a choice but to let it go. You never let me explain myself. Explain myself. Now I'm leaving behind all the things I had in my mind. I'm changing my ways, I'm floating away. I wish that I knew what to say now. You're getting too close, too close. About a clash, but don't you worry, 'cause we still got a chance. Baby, don't lose your faith. Don't lose your faith. And everything that I said, spinning round in my head, spinning round in my head, spinning round in my head. Now I'm leaving behind all the things I had in my mind. I'm changing my ways, I'm floating away. I'm floating away. Don't know what to say now. You're getting too close. to just be heard. You remind me, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the small break in between. I'm beyond excited to announce our third keynote speaker. He's joining us from the UK, and it's someone who's personally inspired me a lot over the past few years. I got to know him initially as the CEO of Unilever, and now we know him as the founder and chair of Imagine, as well as the vice chair of the United Nations Global Compact. Please give it up for Paul Polman.
Well, thank you, Tane, and congratulations on putting this together. And on a Friday, that shows commitment. And obviously, welcome also to all the AIESECers on the line. I was really happy to be able to join you today, although I regret that it is still virtual. You are an amazing organization. I followed you for many years already in 120 countries, 7,000 partners, basically impacting over 1 million people. Your force for good, if you put this together, can be enormous, an enormous force to change the world for the better. And that's probably also why you organize this event around the Sustainable Development Goals. The youth leadership has never been more important than ever. So I'm glad that you're putting your energy behind it. We certainly cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals without the active involvement of the youth. You are actually 50% of the population is below 30 years, and you're going to be 100% tomorrow. So you have to not only be part of the solutions, you actually, in my opinion, have to actively drive the solutions. I'm also glad you picked goal SDG 12 and 13 that you want me to talk about. Goal number 12 is obviously responsible consumption and production, and goal number 13 is climate change. And as you will see, as I develop my talk, they are obviously closely related. The vision that we had for the SDGs, which I had the fortune of helping develop at that time as part of the task force, the high-level task force on development of the Sustainable Development Goals. But the vision was valid then, but even after COVID, I believe it's even more valid than ever. In fact, COVID has probably pushed the SDGs back by 20 to 30 years. And it's very important, therefore, that we collectively start to accelerate it. It has added an other dimension of urgency, I would say. The flaws in our economic model were already clear before COVID. And we probably forget some of that. But before COVID, things weren't working either. Climate change was already on a 3% plus trajectory. Inequality was going up in every country, and it still would have taken women 257 years to have everywhere the same rights as men. So it's not surprising also that after COVID, more people are saying we don't want to go back to where we came from. COVID has made us realize that we cannot have healthy people on an unhealthy planet. The complexities and interrelationships of our systems is now better understood. The relationships between biodiversity destruction, climate change, human health, inequality, the racial dimension with the tragic death of George Floyd, and then obviously also our overall economic situation. COVID is not only a health crisis, but an economic crisis like no other, dramatically impacting the lives and livelihoods of many people. In fact, the IMF has told us that the global economy declined last year by 4.4%. We've never seen that. $28 trillion was lost in output. Until now, and more to come, $16 trillion has been spent as stimulus by the governments, mainly in Europe and the US. So I think COVID had made clear to people the cost of failing of our system, which is really what caused COVID in the first place, is significantly higher now than what it would take us to avoid these issues in the first place. The cost of inaction is higher than the cost of action. That also makes it such an important and incredible opportunity for people that understand it. But the basic question underlying Building Back Better is, what type of economy do we want? One that works for few or one that works for many? One that works in sync with planet Earth, or one that destroys our natural habitat, thereby eventually destroying ourselves? One that works for only our generation, grab what you can, or one that also gives future generations a possibility? We clearly have a choice. If we don't take the actions now, it really will get more dramatic and problematic for many people, up to the point that we probably can't reverse the trends that we are on. But we have an opportunity that we can seize now to create a stronger development for this world as a whole, develop new ways of sustainable growth, improve living standards for everybody, and make this a world that also future generations can benefit from. I know which choice you will take, but it certainly is a decisive decade for the planet, and it's a dangerous moment. If we don't act, the risks are simply too high. Ambition here and taking a little bit of risk is certainly worth much more than being too cautious. I asked Mark Malloch Brown here in the UK once to look at the Sustainable Development Goals once we had developed them, to see what the overall benefit would be for the private sector or for the economy, if you want to. And just by looking at 4 areas, energy systems, food and land use, health and well-being, and mobility, we found an opportunity of $12 trillion, $12 trillion, and the possibility to create around 380 million jobs. And as you know, job creation is going to be very, very important. The SDGs show us that we actually can live in a world with 9 billion people within the planetary boundaries, and we can do that by 2050. We can do that in a way that everybody's dignity and rights are respected, that their basic needs are met, that equal opportunities are available for all. We can do that whilst living in the planetary boundaries for all, that we stay below the 1.5 degrees, and that we get a sustainable growth path. And we can do that with societies that have adapted a certain capability to be not only resilient, not only be healthy, but also be regenerative in our Earth's ecosystems, if you want to. Study after study that we do show, in fact, the moderate cost of getting onto this trajectory. In fact, it's about 1.5% of GDP that we need to invest, but we would incur significantly higher cost if we would not take the actions. In fact, the last study I saw was a potential decline of 11 to 14% of GDP by 2050 if we stay on the current pattern of climate change. Now, the bold climate policies that we need, the investments that we need to make, actually can create more employment, can create a healthier environment, can create economic benefits that far exceed the costs that we would otherwise be incurring. Now, we need to address for that some of the interrelated challenges, and it gets to the heart of the SDGs. They're all interrelated. You can't really take one or the other and say we can solve the problems in this world. As we build pandemic and be more prepared for future pandemics, because we will have more. We need to restore employment and boost jobs. Otherwise, we get issues of social cohesion. We also need to get to the issues of climate change and biodiversity that we're talking today. And last but not least, we need to address the issues of inequality. Last year, Earth's Overshoot Day, which is the day that we use more resources than the world can replenish, was August 22nd, which means that after that day, we're actually stealing from our future generations. People talk about a circular economy, but I would argue that was yesterday's story. We could have been there, could have avoided the problems, but now we need to have a regenerative or a restoring or repairing economy. Not thinking regenerative is not thinking ambitious enough. Now, as it comes to climate change, I think the world is starting to move. When we had the financial crisis 10 years ago, or 12 years ago, we missed the opportunity to take the right actions, and we ended up here. Now governments in the world have woken up. In fact, 60 to 70% of the carbon emission and the major countries in the world, China, Japan, the US now, Europe, the UK, South Korea, and several other ones, have made a commitment to be net zero by 2050, China 2060. But it's saying a clear signal to everybody that we're going to decarbonize this global economy. But you know as well as I do that a 2050 or 2060 commitment, especially by the old folks in gray suits and gray hair, doesn't mean anything. We need to start acting now, and we need to use the next decade, the coming decade, to cut our absolute carbon emission by half. And we need to do that each decade after until 2050 to achieve these targets. And this is where the challenge comes in. That is why it's so important that this year at the COP26 in the UK, which I am proud to help the UK government with as an advisor, we get as many countries to commit to aggressive targets by 2030. The US had a summit on Earth Day last week, we all participated in, where they made a commitment to cut their carbon emission over the next decade by 50 to 52%. The UK has made a commitment of 78%. You are familiar with the European Green Deal that requires a 55% cut. And then we're waiting for some of the other countries to come in with specific targets. But things are moving, and I'm moderately optimistic if we can translate all these commitments in clear action. And not surprisingly, the financial market is moving as well. What we saw during COVID was that ESG investments, environmental, social, and governance, were better performing. 88% of investors, nearly all of them, place climate risk now at the top of their portfolio concerns. Financial markets are moving. In fact, we have now a coalition of about 160 of the biggest investors that represent about $70 trillion of asset under management. They have made commitments to decarbonize their portfolio and get to net zero. $54 trillion of assets under management are asking for a price on carbon. And not only are governments and the financial sector moving, but the business sector is moving as well, and in many cases ahead of the governments. We now have 1,300 companies with a combined market cap of $15 trillion making net zero commitments on climate change. And that's not surprising because smart companies understand that it's a business imperative and, frankly, as I've seen in Unilever, increasingly a competitive advantage to decarbonize your operations, to transition to a regenerative economy, to use nature-based solutions and protect your natural capital, to accelerate food systems transformations, to improve your energy efficiency and the use of renewables, to actively eliminate deforestation from your value chain. And I could go on and on and on. What are some of the areas on climate that we need to focus on? And then I'll move to goal number 12 if you want to. But the main things that we need to do first and foremost is reduce our usage, which can easily be done, and electrify transport, buildings. And one of the good things is that the major investments that are now happening in Europe behind the Green Deal, the US infrastructure investments go into that direction. We also need to stop coal. Coal is a bad thing. And the investments that we are still seeing in coal is outright worrying. Half of that is obviously China. So getting out of coal is key. And then we need to change policies. Did you know that this global economy still subsidizes, either in favorite laws or absolute subsidies or tax breaks, the fossil fuel industry up to the tune of $5.3 trillion? Absolutely absurd. And most people don't know about that. But we need to revert that. And we need to do that very fast. We need to step up R&D, things like carbon capture storage, things like moving to hydrogen, moving to better battery storage capacity. These are all important things that we need to accelerate and frankly are very well possible to become economically viable. And then last but not least, I would say we need to help the emerging markets. This is a global problem that doesn't know any boundaries, and yet we are not willing to spend even a penny helping the emerging markets build their right economies in the right way, and that would obviously be a tragedy. We need to help them with COVAX, with the vaccines, and being sure that COVID is brought under control globally, but the same holds for climate change, and somehow we have a hard time doing this. This is the decade of action. We have the COP26 at the end of the year in November in Glasgow. We have the COP15 on biodiversity in Kunming. We have the food system just after the summer, the Food Systems Change Summit that is being held in Africa. And all these moments are moments where we can hold each other, our governments, private sector, the financial market, to account and to a higher level of performance. And I'm fairly encouraged with the way it is going, but we cannot let that down. Then let me go to goal number 12. It says responsible consumption and production. And I'll just frame it for a second. First of all, I talked about World Overshoot Day being August 22nd. I think people have discovered that you cannot have an infinite growth on a finite planet. And anything that you can do indefinitely is by definition unsustainable. So nature has shown a shocking 68% decline in mammals, in fish, in birds, in reptiles over the last 5 decades. People call that the sixth biggest extinction. We've cut our rainforests in half. The most bizarre statistic is that anything we produce, only 9% gets reused. 30 to 40% of the food is getting wasted. It's absolutely absurd. And we're doing that in a way by destroying our biodiversity, which gives us an economic value that we don't seem to value of over $125 trillion. That's more than our global economy as we measure it today. Hubert Reeves, who was a philosopher in Canada, said it very well when he said, man is the most insane species. He worships an invisible God, but destroys a visible nature, not realizing that the visible nature he destroys is the invisible God he worships in the first place. The good news is that Europe is starting to move with the circular economy packets, the farm to fork packets, the biodiversity packets. The US economy is putting money behind it. China is starting to move in their next 14th 5-year plan. And then we have some great initiatives in the world. The Ellen MacArthur Initiative on Circular Economy, Initiative 12.3 on food waste, and many other things. But the most important thing is that we start to change our business models, that we develop business models to ensure product life cycles are extended for as long as possible, to develop business models that are regenerative. And here there are just a few areas that you can take a note of, and you might want to work that eventually. It's first and foremost, develop your economy circularly or regenerative. That is a very important thing. Build circularity into the design. Maximize the life cycle of our products. Be sure that they're designed for a longer life. Be sure that in everything we do, we value and protect nature. And last but not least, and anything that we do to bring the Sustainable Development Goals to life, including goal number 13 and goal number 12, be sure that we don't leave anybody behind. We know what we need to do. We've never been so forewarned about what is going to happen and so forearmed with tools to do something about it. We are capable of solving at a better economics, more jobs, more resilient jobs than any other alternative. What is getting in the way is frankly leadership and willpower. Do we care? Do we have enough courageous leaders? Courage comes from the French word cœur, which means heart. Leaders that operate with the head and the heart, that understand that by putting the interest of others ahead of their own, they're better off themselves as well. Leaders that can work in partnership, that are purpose-driven, that think intergenerational. Those are the leaders that I'm talking to today. That is why you are on the call. The young certainly are better positioned than anybody else with these leadership qualities, but also to attack these issues that we have. And I want to thank you for what you're doing. I want to thank you for what you're doing with AIESEC. Put your individual and collective efforts together and help us achieve the Sustainable Development Agenda. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Paul. And I think it's really cool, especially for the AIESEC members present today, to see very clearly the connection that you make between the problems that the world currently faces and how leadership is the solution. And I think it inspires us all, or at least it does for the people that I see around me here, to continue what we're doing with the youth development, with the youth leadership development that we're striving for in AIESEC. And yeah, that brings us to another short break. And in a couple of minutes, we'll continue with our final keynote of this morning by Hugo Verkeul. I'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, and time for our final keynote speaker. It's hosted by another previous president of AIESEC in the Netherlands. His name is Hugo Verkeul. He stands here on behalf of Unilever as the current CEO of the Vegetarian Butcher. Welcome to Youth Speak Forum, Hugo.
Thank you. So thank you very much for having me today. A great honor to be part of your journey. And I'll tell you the story of the butcher today. But before I do that, last night I dug up an old photo. This is 1995, 1996, and I was a president of AIESEC in the Netherlands. One of the best experiences I had in my life, and I realize many of you in the room are AIESECer. Well done to you. That's a great start of a journey. And a journey, as you can see here, once AIESEC and the international vibe is in your blood, it's there to stay. This is a little bit about myself. I've cruised the world and lived in many places now, from the US to Peru, Argentina, France, Italy, Turkey, Malaysia, Australia. Cruised all over the world with my family, and I think nothing better than discover different cultures as you're doing yourselves as well. But I finally came back to the Netherlands. Why? To join the biggest food revolution of all time, which is plant-based meat. I've always wanted to do jobs, and I've done jobs with lots of purpose in it. And plant-based meat typically is one of those that are really one of the biggest revolutions of all time. But how did that revolution start, and how did the butcher start? It started in 1998, and when I put this number on the slide, I realized many of you might have a very different connotation with this year, because I think quite a few of you might have been born in this year, actually, which is a great news. But the world was not in the best place in 1998. There was the swine flu across the entire world, and millions of pigs were actually being slaughtered. Now, in the Netherlands, that was the same. And one of the people that was asked for help was Jaap Korteweg. He was a farmer, and he is a vegetable farmer. And actually, he had big cold store facilities. And the government asked him to actually store dead pigs at a very attractive rate. And Jaap thought and said, wait a minute, are you asking me to stag thousands of dead pigs because of a swine flu? He said, no, I'm not going to do this. And actually, the system is failing, guys. Something needs to happen. And he decided, as a big meat lover, to become a vegetarian on that day. But he found it very hard to be a vegetarian because, you know, being a meat lover, giving up on meat, not so easy. So he said, let me try and find a way to actually make plant-based meat. And this is what he drew. He made a simple picture and said, we feed animals with soy and other things. We grow them, slaughter them, and then we have meat. Why not find a way to use all those ingredients, those beans, lupine, etc., and find a machine and then create meat and take the animal out of the process? And he started working with chefs and scientists and actually succeeded, because in 2010, in The Hague in the Netherlands, he opened a shop which was called the Vegetarische Slager, or the Vegetarian Butcher. Now, remember that time, 2010. Go back. You were probably 10, 12, 14 years old. Were you eating plant-based meat? I bet your family didn't. You know, the majority didn't. It was really pioneering around that time to actually convince people to make the switch to plant-based meat. But Jaap was convinced, and he said, I want to be the biggest butcher in the world. I'm gonna make this change happen all around the world. That's where he teamed up with Unilever ultimately. But we were just talking about 2010. You probably weren't eating plant-based meat. Think 5 years back. Think 3 years back. Think 2 years back. Were you eating plant-based meat? Probably not, or it might have been in your consideration set. 1 year ago, probably you had tried plant-based meat. Today, I'm pretty sure for many of you, it's part of your menu. And that is the change that's happening in society. And it's being fueled by, you know, awareness towards people. And you will know many of these documentaries, Cowspiracy, Game Changer, Seaspiracy most recently, where consumer behavior and consumer thoughts are triggered. And people say, hey, I actually need to do something. Now, what are some of the biggest consumer triggers to actually make this plant-based movement? The biggest one is actually health. People are more and more concerned about health and are reconsidering eating meat. And this is the biggest driver. But actually, the driver that fueled it was animal welfare. These were the vegans and vegetarians that were actually driving and creating the industry. But the one that is growing fastest and gaining traction a lot is environment. And that's where you come in. And that's where this sustainability Congress and forum comes in. Because environment is one of the things that we really can help with the plant-based movement. And that's where I'm counting on you and counting on ourselves to make that change happen. Now, what is that journey to change? I'm going to very briefly take you through how you can make change as a company, how you can contribute. You know, what is our role in that? And we have a role. We are hackers. We always say we're hackers, we're master hackers, but we hack meat. And look at this. This is our Ereburger or patty on the back. It looks like meat, tastes like meat, and is very close to cooking as well. And that's very important. How are you going to make a massive transition across a society happen? By not changing too many things. What we want to do, we want to replace the bolognese, spaghetti bolognese, mince. We want to replace burgers. We want to hack into habits that people already know and love. And what is then the change that is happening? Now, in this little burger, if you look at that, this burger, 96% lower global warming impact, 90% lower land use, and 70% less water use. I think these are massive numbers, but let that sink in. 96% lower. Just by changing what's on your plate, what you eat on a daily basis, you can make a massive difference in society. And that's what we're trying to do. Make a huge difference. Now, how are you going to get meat lovers? Because the transition, that's what we focus on, meat lovers. How are you going to get those on board? That's not the easiest thing, is it? So what we do, and that's why I have the picture of the meatball. For example, we competed in the Golden Meatball competition in the Netherlands, which is a competition where the biggest meatballs or the best meatballs come together, and there's a jury of top butchers and top chefs that are actually ranking what are the best meatballs. We competed, but didn't share that we were the vegetarian butcher. And there were hundreds of meatballs, and we came number 3. So when we were on stage, we announced, actually, there is not a single piece of meat in this meatball. Of course, that created a lot of uproar, and not everybody was happy with that, but it shows we can make the transition of meat lovers happen, because there are now products that are good enough to actually transition. Now, can we actually call this a meatball? Can we actually call this a burger? Can we call it a sausage? Well, the European Parliament said, whoa, we put in an amendment to stop this, because plant-based meat should not be called burger or sausage, because that's only for real meat. Can you imagine that we want to drive a Green Deal, that we want to create a transition? And actually, we would have to call a vegetarian hamburger a soy slice. Can you imagine? Like, what are you having for dinner tonight? A soy slice. So that's not going to work. So we campaigned heavily through Insta with a filter and proved to the European Parliament consumers are not confused. When they buy a vegetarian hamburger, they know what they're getting into because it says vegetarian hamburger. So we said vegetarian meat is not bought by mistake, and obviously misspelled for the right reason. And thank God the amendment was rejected. So now we can actually call it a burger, a sausage, etc. So a food revolution doesn't come like that. And we need to campaign. And that is one of the roles that we have to play to drive this food revolution and actually tell lawmakers what needs to happen. Also, another thing I want to give to you is always take the positive angle. If you want to get society on your side, you know, nagging on the sideline saying that everything is bad is not the solution. So we take everything with humor. You know, our little Willies, the campaign where we had our little Willies get a standing ovation, got a lot of PR, of course, and we have many of those campaigns. So take people on a positive change and revolution. This is another example. We get recommended by 10 out of 10 chickens. Those are the endorsements that really count because the chickens, they love us. But not only chickens, we also have endorsements from many chefs, etc. But this is the revolution that we're driving. The next lesson is if you want to drive a revolution, make it commonplace. So we want to convert meat lovers. Where are meat lovers? Well, they are at Burger King and other places. So rather than saying, oh, we're not playing with people that sell meat, we are partnering. If you want to have industry transformation, you cannot do it alone. You have to partner. You have to go where meat lovers are. You have to make that transition happen at the core. So we offer plant-based Whoppers powered by the vegetarian butcher now in Europe, Latin America, Asia, Africa, Middle East. We supply those, and that really makes it commonplace, and that's where the meat lovers are. The other thing is, you know, we asked obviously to join in Germany also to make change happen, there is the Butcher Society, the Butcher Society has been there for years and years and years. And we asked to join because we were the new butcher in town. We said, hey, we want to be part of the future of the butchers. And we got rejected a bad time, obviously, after putting in these newspaper ads. But that creates to the awareness of people. Why are we being rejected? And this is another example. And I just want to show, a food revolution, what the role of a company can be and how we need to challenge the system to make it commonplace and change it for the industry. This is, we wrote an open letter to Frans Timmermans from European Parliament in all newspapers saying, you're subsidizing to have campaigns to eat more meat. Well, we'd love to be part of that. Because if you eat more of our meat, actually you're supporting the Green Deal. And that's what we should go after. So challenge what's being done. Now, all that is stuff that we're doing, from trying to convince meat lovers so that on the plate people change the planet, to campaigning and making sure that laws and others are paving the way for the transition. But we also need to build for tomorrow. Now, build for tomorrow, there's a lot of challenges. Let me be fair on that. Biodiversity. So we need to make sure that the protein that we're using are multiple sources, where it's now pretty single or dual use. So we're looking at all kinds of different protein that we co-develop. And the one that we publicly announced is algae. How can we use algae, for example? But finding new proteins also locally. How do we find protein in Europe that can actually be the source of plant-based meat so that there is a transition possible for farmers to actually go to those proteins and that they have a future? And last but not least, the transition will really, really take place when it's affordable. So we need to be at par with the meat price, ultimately. And that's our goal. And that's why there's quite a lot to be done. Now, two numbers. One is less than 1%. And that's the amount of plant-based meat as a part of total meat. So less than 1% of the total meat market is plant-based. 15%. That's now the level of plant-based milk as part of total milk in the US. There's no reason to believe that it couldn't be at the same level or much more. We think 30 to 40% is possible. And, that is a huge, huge hope for the planet and for the sustainability, what you're talking about, knowing the numbers that you know. And we say, sacrifice nothing. By going plant-based, you don't sacrifice the planet, you don't sacrifice animals, and for sure, you don't sacrifice giving up on meat, because there is the new meat, the plant-based meat that you can have. So my plea to you is, meet the change you want to see in the world. You can change the world on your plate. By just changing what you eat every day, you will have a massive impact. And people are always looking at what are the small things I can do to make a big difference. This is one of them. This is the revolution. And the vegetarian butcher says, don't fear change, just eat it. That is what you need to focus on. And we're butchers with a purpose. We're ready to serve. We're ready to rock this revolution. And we hope that you can join that revolution. And we're actually very excited that you're organizing this event to really focus on that, because this is what is important. And you have the future in your hands. We say, sacrifice nothing. And I'd love to end with a video on sacrifice nothing. Thank you very much.
They said it could never be done. That plant-based food will always taste like plants. They said even your name makes no sense, and we must sacrifice it all. The vegetarian butcher says, sacrifice nothing.
And we're back. All right. Thank you so much, Hugo, for sharing that inspirational story. I'm sold. I'll be eating a lot of products from the vegetarian butcher this week for sure. Super nice to have you here today, as well as the other 3 keynote speakers. I think it was a really nice things you contributed to this morning. Right now we're going to go into another 15-minute break, sorry, and then at 11:30 we'll start with a discussion panel for you, where we'll have a representative from Unilever, someone from our government, and someone again from the Jonge Klimaatbeweging, the youth climate movement, to share our thoughts on sustainable living together. We'll see you there.
to just be heard. Yeah, you remind me, yeah. got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me. So poke that, push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, cook that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me. Baby, shade up, we can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that, preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest. Poke that, push that, shake that, girl, take your last name, let's hyphenate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me. Baby, shade up, we can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that and that's sweet on me. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream. Baby, shade up, we can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that cream.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're ready for the next part of the agenda, because we're going to start with the discussion panel. And for the next hour, I'm going to be talking about sustainability with three key players in this field. First of all, Aniek Mauser, Sustainability Director of Unilever Benelux. Second, Marcel Beukeboom, the Climate Envoy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, working at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate. And thirdly, Jai Chinnaton, the board member of the Youth Climate Movement. Welcome, everyone. All right, let's start with a short introduction of all of you. Aniek, can you please start by telling us a little bit more about who you are and what you do?
Hi, everyone. Well, thanks for the invitation and an honor to be here. And it's interesting to see what we can do virtually in terms of conferences. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm Sustainability Director for Unilever Benelux, working for Unilever for 20 years, always in the area of sustainability. And on a daily basis, I focus on supporting the Benelux business, our marketing and sales organization, with the translation to the market, towards consumers, retailers, on external representation, such as events like this, but also the interaction with NGOs, with governments, with media, and very importantly also on engaging our employees, my colleagues. So making sure that they get the tools and the knowledge to fully integrate sustainability in basically everyone's daily jobs.
All right, really cool. Thanks for that. And what about you, Jai?
Hello. Yeah, thank you indeed as well for the invitation, and that we as the Youth Climate Movement can represent the voice of many youths in the Netherlands here. So I'm board member projects at the Youth Climate Movement, where I have a diversity of different projects going on with our other volunteers. What our organization does is collect the voice of around 100,000 youth from the Netherlands to lobby towards politics and policymakers. And yeah, we also try to broaden the awareness around sustainability. And our role is to highlight these voices on events like this, but also beyond. And it's not only about the summarizing and communicating this voice and opinions. It's also about keeping governments and companies like Unilever on their toes by being critical and work towards our goals that we set, like the Sustainable Development Goals, but also the climate agreements every country took. So that's what we try to do and what we are lobbying for with our movement.
All right, really cool. Thanks for sharing that as well, Jai. And you, Marcel.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Marcel Beukenboom. I'm the climate envoy for the Netherlands. That's a diplomatic role. So I do represent our country internationally when we talk or negotiate climate and climate agreements, like, of course, the Paris Agreement. I often say that the Paris Agreement is my job description, but if you read it, you realize it's pretty abstract, and it's an agreement between governments. But the real imperative to act is for the whole of society. So I do interpret my job as also someone to connect the dots, to translate those international agreements to something that we have to do ourselves, and that is with businesses, that is with local governments, and of course also with young people. So I do interact quite a lot with, for example, the Young Climate Movement, but also others that can play a role in this transition that we have to go through. So that, in a nutshell, is my role, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about it in the coming hour.
Yes, indeed. So for the audience, just a little bit of an expectation. For the first part of this discussion panel, I have a couple of questions prepared for the three speakers. But please, already, if you hear something that you would like to respond to, or you have a question for one of the panelists, feel free to put it in the chat of the YouTube Live, and we'll make sure to include your comments in the discussion as well. And I guess for the audience as well, like, I think you can really see that we have three different perspectives on sustainability here, right? You have the government, you have youth represented, and the private sector. So from the speakers, I'm also curious to hear a little bit more about what you consider to be your role when it comes to combating climate change. So first of all, Jai, what do you think is the role of youth here?
Thank you, Tane. I think the role of youth is in combination with what I think is very important in this matter about climate change, climate action, what we are talking about. And it's about the feeling of responsibility that comes with accountability as well. And I think for me, it became more for me when I start seeing my own impact and how you can make a difference yourself. And I want to make that more wider into an organization. And coming back to your question, then, what our role is to really, what I said in my introduction as well, is to gather that independent voices and make a voice together. To unite what we as a youth try to make our future look like, because as the youth, we have different perspectives than maybe somebody like Annick or like Marcel can have. So having our input in these talks, in talks like this, is very important. It can give new insights, and we can learn from them too, of course. And that's why we should have a co-creation like that all the time and everywhere where decisions are being made. Youth should be involved.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Good points also that we have to have the youth involved in these important conversations, of course. Marcel, how do you see the role of the government in combating climate change?
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, I fully agree with what Jai just said. Is if we do what we always did, we will get what we always got. So there is a need to change and to bring in different perspectives. And those new perspectives do also come from the younger generation, not only because I see across the board, and that is perhaps independent from how old you are, many people are able and capable of bringing in new perspectives and innovate and do things differently. So this is really something of cooperation, and that is how I see my own role as well, to see how we can connect all those different perspectives, all those different interests as well, and see how we can collectively make that transition. And I said in my introduction that I see my role also as the connector, the broker between all those different views. Of course, I do have a role in the government, and the government does have to play a leading role, if you ask me. So we really have to also create the long-term stability and the framework within which we can make that transition and be sure that it doesn't change in a complete different direction halfway the way that we have to travel. And that is the kind of role that the government is playing in the Netherlands at the moment. We have the National Climate Agreement, we have a Climate Act, we have a dedicated climate minister. So there are several indicators that we are moving in the right direction. But I think one thing that we know is it should go faster, and we should perhaps also broaden our scope and bring in those new perspectives, and therefore discussions and debates like we're having here are so important.
All right, thank you for sharing that perspective as well. And what about you, Aniek? How do you see the role more of the private sector, or maybe in the case of Unilever, like specifically of a large multinational?
Yeah, well, our role as a business and as a large business is really to use the impact we do have across the value chain, to use that in a positive way. Huh? Often it's said, well, large companies, they really have the power. And for me, power sounds a little bit like a negative word, but if you will use that word power, it's using that power to make the negative environmental impact there is across the value chain as large as possible, and to make the positive social impact you have as the negative, of course, as small as possible, and the positive social impact as large as possible. And that's really about collaboration with your suppliers, with farmers, with the government, with NGOs, with retailers, and to make sure across that value chain you minimize that impact. To do so, it starts all with measurement. So measurement, what the value chain impact is. We have done that in 2009, 2010, and that really gave us a tremendous insight on where to focus our action. For example, only 2% of our climate impact only sits in our own operations, our own factories. So it's great to take action there, and we will continuously do so, but that's just a small part. So that really shows the importance of collaboration and working with everyone within your value chain.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. And then, yeah, like we also talked about, of course, you all are very involved in sustainability, meaning that you probably also had like quite some achievements in your current roles where you're now working as. But as well, I would assume that you have had to face quite some challenges in the fight of combating climate change, because as we talked about like previously today, it's a very complex challenge with a lot of different stakeholders, a lot of different perspectives on it. So I'm also really curious, like what type of challenges you guys faced on sustainability, as well as like the things that already went really well for you. Marcel, would you like to start by telling us a little bit about that?
Yeah, thanks. Of course, there are many challenges to be overwon, but I'm optimistic at the same time. When I talk to people, when I engage with people or different organizations, I hardly ever meet people that are not interested in this issue, that don't want to cooperate. But often people are kind of rooted in the system as it is, and changing that takes time. But the moment you interact with people, and whether it is colleagues within different ministries or people in the private sector, and you talk this through, and you get to the professional values of people, they are motivated to change. And in a way, this is also something of a professional challenge. You can reinvent your own role, your own work in such a way that it actually makes it much more interesting than just doing the same for years and years over and over again. So that is the kind of connection I try to make, and often that works. And that means that once people are able to zoom out a little bit and have a little bit of a different perspective, they are willing and able to join and think with you. But then they, of course, are part of a bigger system themselves. So this is not a once-off conversation that you need to have. This is something that you need to engage on continuously. But it gives me energy that actually works that way. So I focus my energy and attention on those people that indeed want to join me on this. And of course, there are also people that don't see it or don't want to see it, or are only interested in short-term gains. Well, I would just say leave those behind and focus on those people that do want to change.
Yeah, no, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But and then maybe like more a little bit to follow up on what you just said, like how do you what do you currently maybe see as like a bottleneck for for the government? You said before, like a government should have like a leading role in fighting for sustainability. What do you currently maybe see as a bottleneck for the government, at least in the Netherlands, to really achieve that?
I think perhaps it's a little bit abstract, but it's the biggest challenge is the tension between the short and the long term. And of course, that has to do with how we have designed our economy and our system over the past couple of decades, or maybe over the past couple of centuries. To change that is difficult. And that means that we have to move away from shareholder value to true value, that we have to be able to analyze the whole value chain. As Aniek just said, it's not about what from the door of your company and to the other door where the products go out. No, you have to be able to take responsibility for that whole value chain. But at the same time, we have to change it from a linear chain to a circular one. So there's several challenges on top of each other here, and that makes it difficult. And you see within politics and policy that moving from that shorter term to the longer term asks leadership, asks to change certain the design of the system as a whole, whether it is our taxation, whether it is the operations of our financial system. That makes it the real hard question. But we have made and set quite some concrete steps already. And I think the most important one is that we see globally that long-term objectives have been adopted. So the majority of the richer countries, so the biggest emitters in the world, now have a long-term objective of climate neutrality. And from there on, we have to translate that back to new policies now. And that is where we see that it's getting difficult, because that sometimes means you have to say goodbye to things that do create short-term value and create it in something new. And that is where the real difficulties are.
Yeah, I can completely imagine. How about you, Aniek? How do you see that for within Unilever?
Well, I was just thinking what Marcel was saying. I can imagine within the government, it's also short-term politics, of course, that play a role there, whereas you want to focus on the longer term. And I guess so every stakeholder has its own challenges. So I like to maybe start with what goes well, and that's, well, first of all, the eco-efficiency in our own operations, in our own factories. The the past 10 years, we managed to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions with minus 75% within our factories globally. Went to 100% renewable electricity globally in all our factories and offices and labs. Minus 96% waste reduction, minus 49% water reduction. But having said so, as this is only 2% of our entire value chain, that's nice, and we have to continue that. But of course, the biggest challenges lay in our value chain, which I focus on in a minute. But what also went well, of what really makes me proud, that as a large global company, also in the Netherlands, for example, very present in the meat sector with our Unox brand, that we really fully focus on protein transition, that we really see it as our responsibility to help this transition towards a more balanced, like 50-50, and eventually maybe even 60 plant-based versus 40% animal-based protein diet. And fully focus on that with our brands and our products and the inspiration we give to people. Then regarding sustainable agriculture, we have made big, huge steps there in terms of sourcing the majority of our portfolio from sustainable agriculture, and now increasingly are also capable of measuring that impact. We now, for example, know that Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, certified palm oil, has actually a 50% lower carbon footprint than non-certified palm oil. So that are big steps forward, and that all sits in a very robust, structured process with targets that are ambitious, working towards them, reporting on them annually, involving stakeholders along the way, and having the flexibility as well to change the routes to get somewhere, or to change the targets if just reality requires to do so, both forward and backwards. So and you can only do that by really collaborating with others. And I think important global organizations such as the Consumer Goods Forum or the Tropical Forest Alliance are all settings where a lot of companies, organizations really jointly commit to very ambitious targets such as zero deforestation. But having said that, huge challenges, and starting maybe with the value chain we are working on, we have measured that 65% of our climate impact is caused by the use of our products with consumers. And then you have to think of heating up water and the energy you use for that to take a shower or do the laundry. So we can, with products, can help consumers to live more sustainably, but it's not enough. It's also their own behavior, but it's also the global energy transition basically you need for that. So that's a huge challenge, and that requires collaboration, and also requires to use the size of your business to influence politics and the climate agreements, governments to raise the bar there. And then other challenges are a huge part of our business is in developing and emerging markets, as we call it. And we aspire there to help to get people out of poverty there, to provide them access to basic products. But imagine what happens if you are used to shower yourself once a week with a pan of cold water. And of course, people aspire to get hot showers. So imagine what that means in terms of the climate impact. So there are really many challenges along the way, and you're never ready. You're never finished, and it's a continuum of further improvement. And I think quite some acceleration overall in society broad is needed to reach those Paris Agreement targets.
All right. Nice to hear that. What about you, Jai? How do you see that happening at the Youth Climate Movement?
Thank you, Tane and Marcel and Aniek for for your elaborations on it. Well, our achievements are, I feel, kind of different than hearing Marcel and Aniek talking what they do inside the government and inside companies. Like, we are a voluntary youth organization that works with young people. We just have an ambition and a passion for sustainability, for climate action, and we work on that. And by doing that, we achieved a few things, and that is involving the government most of the time, because our main goal is to lobby towards politics. We got a voice in our national, so in the Netherlands, in the circular economy program. But that's not the only thing we want. We want to do more. We want to have a bigger voice on where the decisions are really being made. So we get a seat at tables like this more often as our movement is growing since the past 5 years. But where the decisions being really made, where the millions and billions are being spent and divided, that's not where we are. So we only are giving input, but we're not helping the decision making with the government or companies. So that's already a challenge in there. But further focusing on achievements as well, we did manage to that there be a board of advisory for future in the national growth funds, where 20 billion is being spent. So we try to level this up and gain more traction in it as well. And one of an achievement I am and our organization is, of course, very proud of, is that we see this movement. It's not, of course, only for the Netherlands. It's for every youth organizations everywhere around the world. So that's why we last year, 2019, 1.5 years ago, started We Are Tomorrow, the global partnership, where we at this point have around 11 partners worldwide, from Chile to Qatar to Bangladesh, from India, where we are combining youth voices and help each other, learn by peer learning, and learn how we as youth can influence governments and the politics. So those are things that we are really proud of. Coming back to what the challenge is, indeed, that we are being heard, we get the word out, but are we really listened to? We have a feeling that somewhere along the way there is still a lock, that we get blocked out and until here and not further. We hear what you're saying, but are you really doing something with what we are saying to you? And all the information we gather together with the youth organizations here from the Netherlands, and are you really using it? Like, we try to be, or we are an organization that it's not only about activism. We try to have a constructive voice and really help you make good decisions. You can see it as an example that we last month or this month, we brought out our youth climate deals and advice to the government on how 2025 should look like. And we advise them with very concrete, detailed examples of what you can really do on topics like leadership, living, mobility, education. And we hope that the government, so Marcel, bring that to your colleagues there and let them read it, let them listen to us, invite us to have further talks with you more often as well. I think that's one of our most challenging, but we are definitely proud of what we have achieved today.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that, Jai. I think that also brings us a little bit more to the next question I was going to ask, because now, of course, all of you share a little bit about your own perspectives, challenges, achievements. But I think this morning, we also mentioned, of course, that the collaboration between all sectors is super essential, and that we really need each other, all of us. And therefore, I was also curious to know, like, what are the expectations that you have of each other, so the other stakeholders in this panel, and how you would like to collaborate. So you touched upon it a little bit, Jai, indeed. Aniek, how do you think that the government and youth can support Unilever in their sustainable journey?
Support us particularly. I saw the overall climate impact, but I will focus at it both. Well, I was triggered by Jay with your passionate statement about your needing more influence at youth. What I'm kind of missing, I think not only in the Netherlands, but overall, is really a political youth party coming up with this for this future generation, having a voice in the government, constantly challenging establishment, so to say. Of course, there is a lot of, and I think increasingly so, young people involved in politics, but really coming from this youth and this future generation perspective, I think that that would be quite interesting, because then you make sure you have a voice in the existing structure. So that's something that just triggered me. And then also for youth, I think it's great to see that sustainability is more and more integrated in curricula of all kind of studies. There are specialized sustainability studies, but more importantly, I would say, is even the full integration of all existing curricula to make it a natural part of it. It's important that youth will use the innovation power, the creativity to come up with new opportunities in terms of products, in terms of communication and social media, inspiring others with that. And I think in the Netherlands, at least, there is quite some breeding ground for that, and a lot of that is happening. What I see. It's important that you keep on challenging all stakeholders in society, such as you do within your movement, which I think is fantastic. I also see it internally within our company. We have a lot of youth working in our company, and they are really consciously integrated in certain decisions and structures, as a representative of that generation, instead of, no, you are starting at your career path, so you're not allowed to get involved in certain decision making or strategic planning. So we see that internally definitely happening. And there's also a small remark I want to make or put a challenge upon. I remember a study that Milieu Centraal, one of our public information, independent public information services we have in the Netherlands regarding sustainability. They did a study a couple of years ago regarding youth and their environmental impact. And the outcome was really triggering me, because it's insightful and provides some challenges. Whereas it was always said, well, the youth is very engaged and really taking the lead there. And we see definitely this engagement and passion. But looking at the actual environmental impact, the conclusion was that that generation has a far bigger environmental impact, because sees also a lot of modern possibilities, such as traveling, going for a weekend to Barcelona or Berlin, and making at least once a year a trip to another continent is becoming very normal, and that generation finds it very difficult to kind of make that kind of conscious choices when it's conflicting with their own comfort, convenience, or adventurous spirit. So I want to put a challenge there, that it's and that holds for everyone in the end. It's not only about the passion and the engagement, but also conscious thinking. Okay, what are the conclusions, or what are actually then I'm prepared to do myself in terms of my daily life and the choices I make. Then regarding the government, I think for the government, it's very important to create this framework to be able to raise the floor with policies regarding plastic, regarding carbon pricing, outphasing certain polluting options, the vision, the courage to do so, to be a leader there, and very importantly, to lobby internationally in Europe, globally, to make sure it's collaborated and we will create this level playing field, because we are a very small country and a very international trading country. So there's also so much you can just do standalone. Let's leave it there, because I realize I'm talking too much. Huh?
That's all good. That's all good. Then, I'd like to give the floor to Marcel. Maybe, you have either already a response to that, but also maybe your perspective on how, both youth and the business sector could help you in your fight.
No, thank you. And the last point Aniek is making is exactly my work, trying to create that global level playing field, and that all countries do march in the same direction. And I think we've been pretty successful in the European Union to raise the bar towards a 55% emission reduction in 2030 and climate neutrality in 2050. So that creates the long-term stability and credibility, hopefully, that will be translated into EU directives, but ultimately also in national legislation, that we can actually do that together. But what I think also comes from Aniek's story is that a global company like Unilever is perhaps having a much bigger influence than a government like ours. You get into basically any household globally, and for you to change behavior and to plant seeds in people's minds that we have to do things differently, that is a power that's almost no one else in the world has. So that is a big responsibility, and I'm really pleased to hear you say how you are dealing with that. Also from Aniek's story, is that we can conclude that none of us do represent monolithical blocks. There is no one youth, there is no one private sector, and there is no one public sector. So we have to diversify and look into it. And when it comes to the youth climate movement, I really appreciate what your movement is doing and galvanizing this progressive voice and trying to influence the others around this table to become more progressive in this field. So that is very good. At the same time, and there are two more points I want to make on that. The one is that just looking back over the past 5 years, the Dutch young climate movement is not the same as it was 3 years ago, and definitely not the same as it was 5 years ago, because it didn't exist back then. So from knocking on the door from the outside through getting in, sitting at the table, to ultimately where we are now, being influential, and just the examples that you gave, Jai, are illustrating that you are influential. I think that is very good, and you can even become more influential, but perhaps also at the same time accept that not everything that you come up with will be translated into policy. That is the nature almost of advising and being influential. But that is, I think, the very good developments that we have seen here. But you mentioned the We Are Tomorrow partnership. Internationally, it's definitely not the case as what you have accomplished here. So there's still a long way to travel. So if I can, I want to keep on helping you with that, to actually also influence others globally. So those are some of the observations and perhaps expectations I have from both the young and the corporate sector. I really hope, Aniek, that you can keep on inspiring others to follow you in your sustainable living plan, because we also know there are other big corporates and even sectors that want to keep things as they are now, and that is the big challenge. And hopefully we can collectively push those boundaries.
All right, thank you. And then, before we go into the questions from the audience, Jai, do you have anything to add to that in terms of your expectations of the other two, or the responses to what they just said?
Yeah, definitely. A lot has been said. So I first want to go back to Aniek, what Aniek said about a youth party in the politics in the Netherlands. We definitely thought about this, but we also realized that climate action and make your words hard for that and show your passion around it. It's not being political. It's not about left. It's not about right. It's not about being progressive or conservative. It's a problem for us all. So doesn't matter where you are on that political spectrum, we have a shared problem that we should advise and work towards. So that's why we are not a political party, but a lobby party with the youth. And further, I kind of felt, I'm not personally attacked, but just saying like, oh, but the youth is actually making the most impact. But what is Unilever then exactly doing as an impact? Because that's what I'm questioning now for myself. I know, okay, when was my last flight? I'm questioning now. And then I heard you saying like, yeah, we work on our 2% admission that comes from our production, but the rest of our impact is being made by people of a lot of impact.
Wait. We say we look at the entire value chain and we have targets for the entire value chain. So we do feel responsible as well for how we can support consumers with reducing their impact with products and inspiration, and even in some countries help in this energy transition if the overall system is not capable of doing so. So I just wanted to put it in perspective that there is so much more than your own operation, but we definitely feel responsible for the entire value chain.
Yeah.
And it's not at all personal. It was just an observation of a study that was triggering me that I wanted to share. And it tells something about people in general and the difference between intentions and engagement and daily behavior. And that study triggered me. So that was all. But sorry if I offended you.
No, it didn't offend me, but you are speaking to a youth platform.
Mm-hmm.
And for us, it's like we are here, the topic is climate change, and we are as well broadening that awareness too, that don't take your weekend plane to go on a business trip or a small holiday vacation. Indeed, that's also a part of this climate action and climate movement. But we are seeing, and you said it as well in your story, that you see in your own company that a lot of people, young people as well, and probably other people as well, are advocating more and more for sustainability and that they want to do something with it. But how is Unilever doing that to stimulate not to consume or consume lesser? Because you are facilitating as much as well.
That's a very valid question. Yeah. Can I answer it? Or
I think that's the interactive part is the most interesting. So definitely.
No, I think it's a very valid question, because consumption as such, should we just consume more and more and more? No, I don't think so. It's really about looking at it in a smart way. So for us, maybe to give the context, what's important, we are a fast-moving consumer goods company, and we sell basic products such as soap and toothpaste and tea and food. So that's like basic needs. But the growth will definitely sit mostly what we are aiming for in developing and emerging markets, and that's about really providing access to basic products to people. In the Western market, it will be much more about market share. But the biggest focus is on the functions of products and how you can do that in a smarter, more efficient way, how you can do that differently. So not look at shampoo, but looking at the fact that you want to clean your hair or your laundry, and what are then the alternatives. So that's providing products that help to do it in a more sustainable way. For example, that enable you to wash on a lower temperature, that are highly concentrated, so use 70% less plastic, to have products that help you in developing markets where there's water scarcity, to just use 1 bucket of water to rinse it off instead of 3 buckets of water, to have a dry wash spray or a dry shampoo that allow you to do a laundry cycle less or extend that a little bit. So that's that's a full focus, continuous development to make those innovations to decrease the overall footprint by the products itself, by the inspiration we give to consumers. We really want to make it large mainstream consumers as easy as possible to decrease their footprint, to make sustainable living common and easy, and to take people along in that journey of behavior change. So it's and, but it's definitely not about going away from your responsibility and just pointing at, no, that's the consumer's impact. That's beyond our control. Definitely not.
No, thank you. And further asking further on that, because I'm very interested now. Also, Paul Polman was a speaker. He mentioned that he saw at Unilever, when he was their CEO, that he saw that there is a competitive advantage in becoming and transitioning to a sustainable enterprise, and making your products more sustainable, using less water, less electricity. But how is Unilever finding those trends, and how can you as a company act fast? Because if I think about making a new product, you have to adjust a lot in your resource you have to buy, in the factories maybe you're working where you have to create this project. So how are you managing that as a company that sells worldwide?
Yeah, well, I saw a tremendous change over time in that the last couple of years, because we are indeed so big that it used to take really like 1.5, 2 years for a new innovations from the start to entering the market. That's not the kind of market you can operate anymore. So we increasingly work in the company more like a startup, in incubators on specific projects with more like the startup rules, and starting small and working agile and improving along the way continuously, opposed to before that you develop something and it has to be 300% perfect and tested and whatever before you can even enter the market. So there's a total new different way of working in that sense. The big advantage, though, is from being so big and having such an R&D capacity, is that there is a tremendous amount of knowledge, expertise, to really move fast and make things happen. So that's a balancing act, but it's rightfully observed that has really changed the last couple of years. Yeah. We have now, to give you an example, with the COVID crisis, we used to be big already with Lifebuoy. That's a brand focusing on hand washing and sanitation, killing germs and viruses. So I think within 3 weeks or so, or 6 weeks, we have increased the production times 600, something like that. And that's because you have the capacity and the expertise and the infrastructure to do so, and move very fast and get it in a couple of weeks on new markets, products introduced and upscaled.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks for sharing that as well. I would like to move on to some questions from the audience that we still have pending. The first one is for you, Marcel. And this question comes from Robin Vos, and they're talking about that, of course, a method to reduce emission would be introducing an emission tax. And then the question specifically is if you think such a tax will be introduced anytime soon, and also if you believe in such a tax, or if you think that there's like better ways, maybe as an alternative.
No, I think this is a very relevant point, and it's not a question whether I believe it or not. Economists say that having a carbon tax will be the most effective tool to actually reduce emissions. So that is common knowledge. But this perhaps is also the area where what I said earlier on the tension between short and long term manifests itself most clearly is that there is international agreement that this would be an effective tool. We do see that in different countries, different jurisdictions, there is talk about it, and sometimes it's even introduced already. And just to remind you, in the EU, we have a pretty effective system with the European emission trading system. So there are several examples of effective carbon taxes, but there is a little bit of attention here. Also dealing with what Aniek mentioned earlier, the level playing field. It's hard for countries to go first or to go faster, because it is felt that you would put your own businesses at a disadvantage here. But we do definitely see a movement towards broader introductions of carbon taxes. And then the most recent example is the carbon border adjustment mechanism that we are currently debating in the EU. And you already see, without it even being implemented, that it's having an effect already also outside of the EU, where companies are anticipating such a carbon tax by lowering their own emissions.
And maybe to add on that, something that people maybe don't expect or realize, we as a company are really in a huge favor of a much higher carbon price and are actively lobbying on that, and many companies are. That's often neglected or not known, but we also really do believe in the effect and the necessity of a substantial carbon tax, and already internally anticipating on that and working on that when we make investment decisions using an internal carbon tax.
Cool. All right, that's nice to hear. That was also the follow-up question that they asked, like how you would feel about that on behalf of Unilever. But then, Jai, there's also a question that came in for you. It's about like achieving the targets for sustainability that we have in the Netherlands. And the question is like, of course, as the Netherlands, we're quite a developed country. And this person, Bianca, she's wondering why you think that we are still so far behind in achieving the targets of sustainability compared to, for example, other EU countries, and what you think we can do to catch up on that.
Oh, thank you for the question. I think that's about also what Marcel just mentioned in his answer to the question, that there's a lot to be taken into account, and it's very complex. That Marcel's saying that you have to think about your businesses. Are they ready to do this? Are you not putting them into a negative spot if they have to pay even more? But I think this whole transition to a more sustainable world can get more traction if bold choices like that are being made. Aniek here is saying that Unilever is willing to do so. We should act upon that. And we should, if they want to pay, let them pay.
Wait, there's just one small remark. It can be done if it's introduced a higher carbon price on a European level. There's no way as a single company you say, okay, we are going to pay it and other competitors not. That's not realistic. It's the same as a true price. There are companies that really actually calculate a true price, but to use that in the market, if there is no level playing field, that's really hard. So you need to implement that.
Exactly, but we should hear those voices. And Aniek's mentioned that they're lobbying, and much more companies are lobbying for that. Then why is not the EU government or our government, where Marcel's in, acting upon that and try to make that really happen? Because if they are making that high-level decisions and really making those choices, then we probably gain more traction towards this transition. And I don't know if that my answer is really answering the whole question. And I think it has more to do with, and what we think is that our government maybe needs to have a climate authority behind them to help them make those hard choices. Either advise them positively or negatively about what they are doing at the moment, based on a group of experts, from youth to older people that really know the business. So, and that's what I'm getting here as well. Like Marcel and Nick are in this business for way longer than I am. I'm just beginning. So it's interesting for sure.
Well, I want to maybe add on that and recall quite a unique situation we have here in the Netherlands, that a NGO called Agenda, and you might have heard about the court case they put against the Dutch government of holding the government accountable of really taking action to implement the climate commitments and to live upon that. And that got a lot of international attention. And I think it's a fantastic example of how all stakeholders in society have a different role, and what a great good it is that we live in a country where we have NGOs and a court system that this actually can happen and take place, and it's looked internationally really as an inspiring example. So everyone has its role to play here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. And then, I have another question for Marcia that came in, and it's about international law enforcement. So the question is, what's your opinion on international sustainability agreements law enforcement? Like, does this exist? How are business and governments going to be held accountable if they fail to align with the targets?
Yeah, just following up on what Anik just said, of course, we nationally are known with the Agenda case. Actually, at this moment, all European governments are brought to court by a group of young Portuguese activists. And that is a court case that is currently pending. We will hope to see that will bring some results, but at least a court ruling in the course of this year. That could be an important follow-up, like the one case, several cases brought forward by Agenda. But the question, of course, refers to first of all, the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is what we call a unique hybrid agreement. The overall objectives of the agreement are binding. So that means that we all have to work towards the temperature goal that is in the agreement, the adaptation goal, and also the financial objective that is in there. But is there an enforcement mechanism? No, because the fact that it's hybrid is also based upon the fact that all countries have their own responsibility to come up with their own, what they call nationally determined contributions. A country can make up their own climate plans, and collectively we need to get there. And that is, of course, always the problem with international collaboration. During those steps and the implementation of those plans, we have to hold each other accountable. And that is what I see in the meetings that I go to. And just earlier this week, I was at a meeting of the G20. This is the conversation that we have. And all the elements that we have just mentioned in the past hour on the level playing field, on the short versus the long term, but also consumer preferences versus incentives for producers, all those angles and all those perspectives are brought to the table. And sometimes there are accusations, why aren't you moving faster? And we have seen that the past couple of years, for example, towards the United States, who drew back. But we also see that sometimes countries ask for help. They say, yes, we see that we have to move faster, but we are locked in a system that is very hard to change. So we have to do something about that. And that is the kind of tension that we have. There is no global authority enforcing it, but there is definitely continuous international cooperation in what I see the right direction.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Then it's almost time to round off, but I'd like to ask, from all of you the same closing question. Quite some questions still came in about like on the one hand, the responsibility of the individual versus the responsibility of more like the government and the companies to live a sustainable life, as well as, specifically towards you, Jai, on how you can, do you have more advice for young people to be like more sustainable in general? So I would just like to give you all like a final minute to close off the panel and share your final thoughts with the audience on that. So first, Jai, for you.
Yes, thank you. Well, what really helped me in my own sustainable story and living more mindful about everything you do, everything you buy, every trip you take, is that I've been doing that for the past 4 or 5 years. But what really helped me and develop myself as a person as well is join a movement like the Youth Climate Movement, where you can level your thoughts with peers, with people your same age. If you don't find it in your own friend group or in your family, search it somewhere else and really find those people you connect with on that same thought about our future, the future of our world. So that's really an advice for me about all the tiny tips about how you should travel, how you should just find them on the internet, but really join a movement like the Youth Climate Movement that will really, really help you. And further, I think it's very interesting to have these three representatives at one table and talk with each other about each other because we can learn a lot here. And I just want to refer back to indeed like that the government is being called upon by our agenda, but companies are called upon by our agenda too. Shell's is being in that position as well because they have an impact too. It's not only about them. It's about only about the governments, about those big companies as well. But that's why, like, I had a feeling from Anik that she is in the right position, and she has an intrinsic motivation to change what Unilever is doing, and that gave me a kind of a good feeling that she is willing to work towards that goal we have together.
Nice. Thank you so much for those final words, Jai. Then I'd like to also give the floor to Anik to give some final words to the audience.
Thank you. Well, thanks, Jay, for that. And I want to add on that. It's fortunately not just me. It's really integrated, embedded in the company from our CEO down towards everyone. And that's a process, a journey of maybe 10 years. But it's fantastic to see how such a cultural change can take place in a company. I very much agree with your advice to become part of a movement, to be able to share your thoughts. I think that's a great advice. The advice I want to give is don't get jaded. Don't think, well, it's easy to see the climate problem, climate change, as such a big, huge, overarching problem, to think, well, what can I do? Or the very little act or choice I make, what difference does it really make? Huh? My neighbor is also not doing it. And what I really want to say, it's all the small pieces, all the daily conscious choices you can make do count, and you can make 10, 20 times a day. You can make a conscious choice. And I'm not pleading at all that you have to stop living or making fun or stop traveling or stop doing stuff, but you can make conscious choices. And if that is to take a car because it's raining or because it's more practical, as long as it is a conscious choice. But often the choices we make are unconsciously taken and not thought about. So there is so much you can do yourself on a daily basis, and that holds for all stakeholders in society. So everyone has their role to play. We as a company, we all as citizens, the government, the NGOs, academia, everyone has its role. So think about that.
Thank you, Aniek. And Marcel, some closing words from you.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, I agree with the previous two speakers. My own experience is being active and involved in this field. You can't unknow anymore. So once you're in it, you will stay in it for the rest of your life. So that is something good to realize, but also maybe before you start. What I want to do is just go to the values of AIESEC. We are invited by AIESEC in this panel. So I looked up the 4 values that AIESEC has in its organization, and those are really valuable for this issue as well. And I just want to recommend you go back to those 4 values: empowering others, be solution oriented, be self-aware, and be a world citizen. And I think those are very inspirational for anyone, but I really recommend you take those to heart again and just as members of AIESEC live those values. Thanks.
Wow, I think that's a beautiful closing to also to connect it back to our leadership qualities. And I think I'm really proud that those were the qualities that we're developing in the people that we engage with. So thank you so much also for mentioning that. To the 3 of you, thank you so much for joining this panel with us. I think it was really inspiring and really interesting to have this discussion with all of you. For the audience, we're now going into a lunch break until 1:30. At 1:30, we start with the interactive workshops. If all went well, you got an email saying to which workshop you were allocated to. And the Zoom links for the workshops are also to be found on our website, which is www.youthspeakforum.nl. And if you have any questions or it's you haven't understood where you should go after the break yet, then you can send an email to an email to youthspeakforum@aisec.nl. So youthspeakforum@aisec.nl. And if you send us an email, then we can help you out with sending you to the correct workshop. That was it for now, and we'll see you after lunch.
Thank you.
Exactly where I want. Say I probably lost my mind. Well, you're welcome to try and find. But dear, don't you be surprised if I'm not here when you look behind. Guess I have my own destination, and you're staring at the wrong direction. I'm not looking for your confirmation, 'cause you're chasing the hurricane, taking a name in vain. But God, it's such a shame. That you gotta pay. Said you have to go, but now you kinda wanna stay. Kinda wanna stay. 'Cause you're chasing the hurricane, taking the name in vain. But God, it's such a shame. It's such a shame. 'Cause you got yourself into this. It says enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list. I'm here breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Figured I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just
Didn't know what to say, I was taking the drink one way. Never thought I'd see you again. Never thought I'd see you again. Coming up short, I didn't have a choice but to let it go. You never let me explain myself. Explain myself. Now I'm leaving behind all the things I had in my mind. I'm changing my ways, I'm floating away. I wish that I knew what to say now. You're getting too close, too close. Well, I know we are about to crash, but don't you worry, cause we still got a chance. Baby, don't lose your faith. Don't lose your faith. And everything that I said, spinning round in my head, spinning round in my head, spinning round in my head. Now I'm leaving behind all the things I had in my mind. I'm changing my ways, I'm floating away. I'm floating away. What you see now? You're getting too close.
You sure you can handle? Okay. We can take my Lambo. I'll put on a tight check. You sure you can handle? We be faster than Django. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop.
I got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me. So poke that, push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, help that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that. Preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest. Poke that, push that, shake that, girl, take your last name, let's hyphenate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that cream, and that sweet on me. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that cream. Super better, never with that cream. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that cream.
Nearly gave you a heart attack. Thought I told you to watch your back. Never know what to expect down here. That's the only solid fact. Guess I'd rather be on vacation. Guess I haven't got the education. I don't really have an explanation. So I found a new game to play. Thought I told you to stay away, but I see you're here anyway. So yeah, guess you're welcome to overstay. Just don't build up your expectations. It's not a good time to test my patience. And don't get in these situations. 'Cause you're chasing a hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame.
say you're not gonna take part in this mind play. Well, that's just the kind of price that you gotta pay. Said you have to go, but now you kinda wanna stay. Kinda wanna stay. Cause you're chasing a hurricane, taking the name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Such a shame. Cause you got yourself into this. It says enter at your own risk. Now your name is on the list.
¿Qué me está pasando a mí? Tú me estás tentando a mí y yo aquí pensando en ti. Eso es lo que a ti te enciende. Junto te la paso aquí pendiente. Junto que te toco y terminas temblando y de tu cuerpo me dejas deseando. Deseando. Mi chiquita, bebecita, qué loquita. Yo quisiera verte a ti, de solita, tu sonrisa. Te quiero amarte a ti. ¿Qué me está pasando a mí? Tú me estás tentando a mí y yo aquí pensando en ti. De cerquita, bebecita, ese cuerpo tuyo yo la tengo conocida. Yo me vuelvo loco y tú loquita. No vas a salir herida. Deseando tu carita, lo que me excita. Compramos un Balenciaga para que los critican. Siempre fumamos, siempre tomamos. Justo viste como era allí fuera. Lo revelan. ¿Qué me está pasando a mí? Tú me estás tentando a mí y yo aquí pensando en ti. ¿Qué me está pasando a mí? Tú me estás tentando a mí y yo aquí pensando en ti. Supiste, todo cambió cuando los conocimos. You remind me of something I can't find with words. You remind me of what it's like to just be heard. You remind me
I'm here breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Figured I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, 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 same side.
control it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, yeah. Keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with
Welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon. And welcome to the closing already of today's event. I hope you had a wonderful day, and I'm actually really curious what you got out so far. So I would like to start off this closing with another Mentimeter in which you can share with us your key takeaway of today. Woo, youth has the power. I like it. We drive the future, how to take action, that it's time to step up, be proactive. Oh, the word connections comes up a lot, like that too. Inspiration, action, how to take action, different perspectives. Someone really liked the information markets. Nice to see as well. Passion. Cool. Very nice to see. Sustainability. Well, yeah. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And really great to see that you got this out of today. Thanks for sharing that with us. And of course, for this last couple of minutes, there's a few cool things I think that happened today that I would still like to mention. Of course, we were all there to listen to the keynotes that happened this morning, Jorien, Dan, Paul, and Hugo. And as well, when we discussed sustainability with Jai, Annick, and Marcel. However, after the workshop, of course, we split up and we experienced something else. And I'd like to show that to you in a short video.
Hey, we just had the workshop from Ahold and it was very nice. We learned a lot about the company and about their transparency of the products, their focus on less food waste and all their sustainable goals that they had. So it was really cool.
Yeah, and it was really nice. We got to do a really creative case to come up with a solution to create more awareness amongst different stakeholders. So it was really nice that we got challenged in that sense as well.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it.
Bye.
After already a super interesting morning with, of course, the keynotes and the panel discussion, it was time for the workshop. And in the workshop from Talent from Transition, we focused on power strategies and how you can use power strategies to actually get people to do the things that you want, which I found particularly interesting because for me it really connected my studies to a more practical approach and knowing how to implement those power strategies on a daily basis, which is super interesting. So big thank you to Yuri and Luc for the workshop, and I'm very looking forward to the rest of it.
Hi there, I just had the Talent for Transition workshop and we talked about power class strategies. So basically how can you convince others to do something that you want. Very practical and useful at the work floor, but maybe also with families and friends to see how we can convince others to work to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, or to start eating less meat. So I will definitely try to use these in the coming years and try to practice more. So thank you, Luc and Yuri, for giving me.
I just finished the workshop of Unilever and it was really nice to see their thinking process about finding a solution for the obsolete waste problem. How they worked it out was really impressive, and I really liked the slides. So thank you, Unilever, and see you next year, USP4.
I really loved the workshop given by UPs. We analyzed a very interesting case from Costa Rica, which gave me a lot of valuable insights on how to approach a sustainability case. For instance, that we need to look at it from a systemic point of view instead of individualistic, and that we can use positive framing of a message to make it more efficient and to create longer lasting change.
So I just came out of the workshop by UN Global Compact. It was presented by Marco Swan. I really learned a lot. It was very interesting, and we talked about advocacy, so kind of how to make your voice heard, but also like to stand for something and how you do that, much like today, I suppose. We made a concrete advocacy statement, and we will be taking it further also outside of our workshop, so I thought that was really cool and well done.
I just had a workshop with ASN Bank. They basically explained us how they determine in which companies they invest and in which companies they will not invest based on all sorts of sustainability criteria. And after explanation, they put us into breakout rooms to actually let us determine which companies we would invest in and which companies we would not invest in if we were leading the bank ourselves. It was fun.
I just attended the Too Good To Go workshop. I want to really thank Avi and Hannah for giving us the opportunity to think about food waste. Together we thought of new ideas how we can cut down food waste. We looked at primary schools, we looked at working with the government, and different ways how we could make people aware of how much waste they're producing per year, which is around 34 kilos of food waste per person each year. And we hope to work together in the future, AIESEC and Too Good To Go. Thank you.
I had a workshop by the Punchy Bag. It was really nice, a good combination of reflection, talking about what drives you, what are your passions, and also brainstorming how can you take it to the next level, taking climate action and working and contributing on SDG 13. So thank you so much.
So I joined the workshop of the Impact Institute, where they calculated the true price of products. So not only looking at the retail price, but also at other costs it is making. So looking at also the environmental costs, as well as the social costs. And that way you can look at the real price of a product. And I found it really interesting.
Hi guys, my name is Niels. I'm the Vice President of Incoming Global Talent in AIESEC Leiden. I just partook in a workshop of DHL during Youth Speak Forum of 2021, and I really liked it. We got some really cool insights on how DHL as a company is acting sustainable. It's called their Go Green plan. We got some pretty cool insights on how they as a company are striving towards this goal. We were also really actively involved in participating and thinking about ideas and possible ideas they can implement. So yeah, I really liked it, and it was really cool. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Zoe, and today I followed the Behold workshop by Joop Blom. This was a really interesting workshop about sustainable entrepreneurship. And in this workshop, Joop Blom, he actually explained a little bit about his experience with sustainable entrepreneurship and the cool projects that he has worked on in the past. And he also gave us some nice advice about this. Finally, we also did a really interesting exercise to find out our own passion and how we can actually make a career out of this.
I just came back from my workshop from Extinction Rebellion. We started with a view on the current policy against climate action, which was very interesting, some very interesting notes. Then we started reflecting on how to have impact by ourselves, after which we did a visualization exercise, very interesting, very nice. And in the end, we made some concrete steps how we can start our impact for short term and for long term. I think I learned a lot. It was really nice.
Thank you, everyone who shared with us a little bit about what you experienced in the workshop. I hope it gave the others a little bit of a better view of what the different workshops have looked like. And then after workshops, we went into the information market, where you could commit to some really cool action steps. And some examples were that you could sign a manifest with Milieudefensie, commit to stop using single-use plastic bottles with Dopper, donate to Just Dig It, and created a step-by-step action plan with SDG Nederland. And you were able to choose sustainable banking with ASN Bank. And I was actually thinking that maybe next to this action steps, there's other things that you would like to commit to after today. So we're going to go back to the Mentimeter, and then please let us know like either the things that you committed to in the information market already, as well as the things that you still want to commit to in general concerning sustainability. That's really nice. Finding my Ikigai. Oh, cool. Yeah, a really nice book also. Commit to focusing my future career in a sustainable environment. Start awkward conversations and challenging the status quo. Really nice. Finding a job where I can contribute to the better world. Commit to sustainable decisions. Supporting people to change their diet to more plant-based. Adopt a vegan diet. Wow. There's someone who's going to start a vegan diet today. So nice. Motivate others to also have an impact. Well, really cool to see that these are the things that you're going to commit to after today. And also, like, please keep the conversation going, right? With your friends, with your family, with if you're in AIESEC, with the people in your LC. Really, really cool to see that those are the things that you commit to after today. I have a few final notes to share with you. First of all, as some of you know, in the weeks before we organized the event, we organized a sustainability challenge in which teams of AIESEC could participate. And for example, participants gave their clothes a second life. They went outside to pick up trash. They created an AIESEC Blue Man from the collected trash. And lastly, they cooked sustainably with biological and vegan ingredients. And the winners are coming from the AIESEC entity that definitely participated the most, which is AIESEC in Rotterdam. And there's one team in particular that did a really good job, which is the marketing team of AIESEC in Rotterdam. So congratulations. I'm going to grab here the prizes. Everyone in the team gets a mug and a book by the Vegetarian Butcher. Thanks to the Vegetarian Butcher and Unilever for providing us with these cool prizes. And I think it's really nice. It's a book by Jaap Korteweg, the founder of the Vegetarian Butcher, and his story about the meat of the future. So that's going to come your way after the event if you share your addresses with us. And then lastly, before we close off, some opportunities I would like to share with you if you want to continue to contribute to the SDGs 12 and 13 over this summer. First, you can go work on SDG 12 in Italy, specifically volunteering for an organization called Make Eat, and they work in food waste and recycling. And another option would be to contribute to SDG 13 by volunteering on a school in Portugal to educate youth about climate action, increase awareness, and set up an action plan together. For more information about those projects and volunteering opportunities in summer, take a look at aisec.nl. And if you joined today's event and you think, wow, this AIESEC organization is pretty cool and I would like to be part of that, that's also possible because we're recruiting new members in the upcoming months. You can also take a look at www.aisec.nl and sign up there. And if you want more information, just reach out to the board in the city closest to you. For the people who are already in AIESEC, who really enjoyed today and would like to bring the event to the next level next year, we'll soon be looking for a group of AIESECers to join the organizing team of next year's You Speak Forum edition. So keep an eye out on our internal social media pages to see when we launch applications. And then on a final note, I would like to thank our amazing technical support party again. Give it up for Showcaser Media. Omar and Jorge, you're the best. Thank you so much. Lastly, I would like to ask you to please take a few minutes to fill in the feedback form. You can either scan the QR code on the slides or the link will be sent in the chat of the YouTube Live. And then we're going to just take 2 minutes to fill it before we finally close off. Thank you for filling out this feedback form for us. If you haven't managed to finish yet, please do so. We really could use your inputs to evaluate with our team, with our partners, to make the event even better for you next time. And with that being said, I think it's time to officially round off Youth Speak Forum 2021. I hope you had a good time. I hope you learned something new, feel inspired to take action for SDG 12 and 13. I'd like to give a big thank you to the people who organized this event with me. Bart, Sofika, Amber and Tijn. You really made this possible for us. A big thank you to our speakers who were present today, our partners, and of course to you for attending today's event. Stay tuned to our Instagram page to get updates on next year's edition, and hopefully we'll see you there. Bye-bye.
So salty, I'll still take a bite.
Okay, we can take my Lambo. I'll put on a tight show. You sure you can handle? We be faster than Django.
Gonna take you on a ride. We're gonna burn for the night. Why you so salty? I'll still take a bite.
We can take my Lambo. I'll put on a tight show. You sure you can handle?